God, OBS, you need to stop this bullshit. It really sucks that YouTube doesn't let you continue a stream. It just makes a new stream. It's fucking stupid. Just continue the one that was already there. What the hell? Alright, I need to fix whatever's going on here. Hello? What? What? Okay, thank you. I'm so mad. I'm so fucking pissed. It didn't even use the settings that I want. It just fucking it reset everything. I'm so annoyed. Alright. Please, please, please. I need to post about this again. Alright. Wow, I'm so glad that we have to do the whole intro. Okay. We have to let's pretend that nothing of this happened. We're going back to the intro. Fucking goddamn. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Ratline. This is totally not the first time we're doing this. Yeah, I don't know anything about this game. I know it's by the devs of Echo Beach, which I didn't play on stream, and they also did Rivals and Conspiracy, which we did play on stream, and those were kind of fill in the blanks kinds of games, where you have to figure out a chronology. Man, I don't know. I checked the settings. There's dog. What does dog mean? I don't know. We already did this before. I don't know what noir mode does. I'm gonna leave it off. Hints are turned off. They were turned on by default. I've turned them off. That's probably gonna be an issue. I don't know. Let's just get into it. I'm glad the game hadn't started yet when the stream fucking crashed. That was stupid. I hate this. God fucking damn it. Alright. Let's just get in here. Budapest, 1971. I'm missing stuff now because I have to handle other stuff that didn't work right. That's lovely. Beautiful. Love this. You know, we got another daily door. Oh. Is the audio working fine? It was working fine the first time I checked, but... Alright. That's a different font than the one that they use in the title screen, or in the title. Queens, New York, 1971. Audio is quite atmospheric. It is. You leaky roof? Must not have enough asbestos. I don't know what asbestos is for.
Mr. Perlman?
No, thank you, Mrs. Mahler.
Soon, boy. Soon.
I turned up dog.
Just one last case.
So presumably that means dog. Oh, maybe the dog makes noises in the background. Oh no. Number 1. Wait. Chapter 1, one last case. That's the dog. That's definitely dog. Right, I'm gonna turn down dog a little bit. How do I... Goals! Navigate. Navigate left and right using the arrow keys or WASD. You can also click on the sides of the screen to pan. We're gonna do some panhandling. Alright. Settings. We're gonna turn down the dog just a little bit. Alright. Open evidence. Go back to your board, click on any piece of pinned evidence to open it. Top sleuth missing. This is very small text. Assign a name. Click on the first name or surname tab on a target. Search a name and drag it to the character. Alright, assign a photo. So it's okay, very root trees. Assign a photo. Open a piece of photo evidence. You can click on any person in the photo to assign them to your suspect. Alright, top sleuth case. Can I make this text? Yes, I can make it bigger. Alright, cool. Top sleuth can find your missing man. When spouses stray, fathers vanish, or lovers leave without forwarding addresses, many turn to the courts. But for those seeking answers with a little more urgency, Saul Perlman remains the city's quiet constant. A veteran of the private investigations trade, Perlman is known for his calm demeanor, sharp eye, and unmatched success rate in locating the absent, whether romantically, financially, or legally inclined to disappear. More recently, his talents have been put to use by the NYPD in Queens, where he has assisted in several fraud investigations. According to sources, Perlman's meticulous approach has helped identify multiple suspects now facing formal charges. I just follow the facts, Perlman said. If that leads to someone dodging rent or running Ponzi schemes, so be it. Everyone's hiding something. It's just a matter of looking in the right filing cabinet. Alright, I don't think that's a hint. I think that's just a thing. Can you go away, goals? Oh, we're supposed to go here. Targets. Forename. Surname. Location. Alright. Well, I don't think we have any hints so far, so let's see. I guess let's click local tour bus. Tour's a hit. Or local bus tour's a hit. Since hitting the road earlier this year, Camden Bus Tours has been steering visitors through the sights and stories of our fair city. I'm blown away by how many folks are hopping on, says proud owner and sole tour leader, Peter Giacometti. Business is booming, enough to get a mink coat for the wife, a unique watch for his son, and fixes to the old bus. They even received a special visit from their sponsor, keen to inspect the side of the bus and take a photo. This font is not great to read on a screen. Clearly the tour is a smash. I loved every minute of it, said local pawnbroker and friend from neighboring burb Collingswood R. Green. Me and Mrs. Green can't wait to come again. For tour bookings, please call Peter 451-564-375. Alright, Peter Giacometti is a name that we have. Should I be taking notes? Maybe, like, this seems like it's story-based, or like it's mission-based, so maybe? I don't know. Is there anything here worth doing? Alright, we don't know what the crime is yet, though, so let's see what the crime is. Hi, Saul. My regards from the Garden State. Looking for your help picking out a wanted fugitive. Bill Campbell is a fraudster, an identity thief. He likes to move towns regularly. Reinventing himself. He likes to move towns regularly, reinventing himself. My suspicion is that his new alias will hold up to casual usage, but he probably needs to use his real name for other things. Financial, legal. Look out for any evidence that leads you to him. Please, could you pick out his new alias, first and last names, from his current location? My best, Dan. He moves the whole town. Alright, so we have to find Bill Campbell. He has a new alias. I mean, the only name that's come up so far is Peter Giacometti. Giacometti, son of Giacomo. Giacomo. Alright. Rose Street Gallery, Amsterdam. Child's Watch. Owner B. Campbell. 451-564-375. Roger Green, Managing Director. Wait, are those his business cards or are they... well, let's see. 451-564. Uh-oh, yep, it's Peter Giacometti. Alright, so which one is he? He's this one. Huh? Peter Giacometti. Oh, do I have to drag it? Wait, what? Wait, what? What do I... Fill in the first name is surname, tablet, or target. Okay. Peter. Oh, I have to drag it to the... This is weird. Why is it like that? Like, oh, I can move this. That's weird. Alright, we do need a location. Also... Alright. Open the glossary using the tab button. To complete your first case, you'll need to correctly identify name, location, and visual identity of your target. Tab. Oh. They have the default Unity scroll distance. It's really bad. It scrolls so little. At least on Windows. It might scroll better on like Mac or something, but the default scroll distance on Windows is... It's ass. This is one tick. It's less than half a line. It's less than a full line. I don't know why it told me to tab. Like, what's in here? Nothing. Alright, I guess it's this. But they said glossary. I can just search here. Alright. Anyway, location. Rose Street Gallery, Amsterdam. Let's see. Local tour bus, Camden. Presumably New Jersey because they're neighbors with folks. Also, when I'm dragging it, there's no space. They missed the space in the dragging version. Alright. You'll need to correctly identify... Okay. Is that not right? Did I get it wrong? I mean, it's not the UK. That's not a UK number. Is it? Is it the wrong face? Wait, okay, maybe, okay, wait. This is not him. This is business cards. So, it's not him. I'm just wrong. Bill Campbell has a wife and a daughter? A son? A unique watch for the son. So it's you. Unless it's the long-haired son. What am I doing wrong? Yay, all answers are correct. Let's go. I had to press the rat button. You have to press the rat button. Dear Dad, I tracked down Bill Campbell in Camden, New Jersey. He's been running bus tours under the name of Peter Giacometti. Seems like the tours haven't been doing all that well, as he's been pawning items, including his son's watch, to a man called Green. Looking forward to working again, sending my bill separately. Click on the bed icon to finish your day, look around, whatever. Oh, I can stutter the transitions by mashing WASD. I can open the window when it's raining. Alright, I guess we only have these two views, so there's not much to look around at. So let's call it a day. Let's move on to the next case. Let's see what this game is like. Better go for a stroll. Hello? Why is it you? Isn't this, what's his name? The, Mr. Perlman? Is this Perlman? It's 3 in the goddamn morning, that's what it is. Well, Mr. 3 in the goddamn morning, I'm not joking. Someone is murdered? It's strange that our victim didn't choose to report to the police. Well, we don't know about the murder yet. We're still in tutorial mode. Yeah, nor am I, buddy. What do you want? Mr. 3 in the goddamn morning, may I ask? What does the Ratline mean to you? What, you talking about that song where the rats? Sounds like a pest thing. How about Bishop Tura? Huh? You have an article about him on your wall. Did you know that Bishop Tura was a former member of the Nazi Party? Hang on. 1 second. Get back to that bit about you spying on me. Who are you? He wrote extensively about how the Catholic Church and the National Socialists could become allies. Later, he put his words into action. How so? Bishop Toro was in the business of human cargo. On the night of his death, he had on him a list of Nazis he smuggled out of Italy after the war. I don't know what accent this guy has anymore. The list. That's what the Ratline is. A passage to freedom for the perpetrators of human misery. Torah was a key helper. How did he manage that? He used his influence to remove them from his prison. Hid them in his monastery, secured documents, and arranged transport. Actually, he snuggled the Nazis with comfort security blankets. Capable guy. What does this have to do with me? Mr. 3 in the goddamn morning, I must be brief. We have a list, but we need an outside source to help us. You are well known as a top sleuth. Ha! Buddy, I don't know who you think you're talking to, but I'm not Nancy Drew. Do you want to go after them, Mr. 3 in the goddamn morning? These Nazis, these killers, many of them live comfortably, growing old and fat, and getting heart disease. They believe they are beyond our reach. And this may be our last chance. We're gonna end World War II in 1971, yes. We'll start feeding you names. With each case, you'll receive a dossier. A dose of what? When you're done with one, the next will follow. This continues until they're all found. They are beyond the reach of our exercise machines. Hey, just a second, wait. You know, we can do a retainer. This won't be cheap, but I can work something out. Good night, Mr. 3 in the goddamn morning. Wait, contact. Alright. This next morning, no longer 3 in the goddamn morning. If it were me, I'd still be awake. But I would also be bothered at a 3 a.m. phone call, not gonna lie. No matter how awake I am. Oh, look, they properly tied up the envelope and everything. 2. Marathon men are gonna go run the marathon. The 3 a.m. Slack ping. Yes, it's true. Flip a document. Some documents can be flipped. Oh, let's flip it off. Click on the arrow to see what's underneath. That will open as a separate window for easy comparison. Oh, very useful. Hey, you finally woke up. It's in the 1940s now. Hey, you finally woke up. Skyrim. Call your contact Diego. Open the Rolodex on your desk and call Diego Rodrigo. Look at this. Rolodexes are so cool. I would use them for notes and not for phone numbers. Alright. Let's see. Alright, let's flip a document. How many documents are we gonna flip? Alright, we got... Alright. Mr. Pullman, this is your first case. The Schultz brothers. Wanted since 1949, it is believed that they fled initially to Seville and then on to South America. You just use just for toys, given to Pokemans? It's true. It is possible. Speaking of Pokemans, did you know that that game has mouse controls? They give you like so much more range for breaking breaking things. Like if you switch to mouse controls, you automatically get rock smash. And you can just point at whatever block you want and it breaks. You just have to aim it. You don't even have to have a clear view. You can hit any block. It's wild. And you can also place blocks with it. It's amazing. Game changer. Anyway, it is possible they are not anymore identifying as brothers, but as some other close family relatives. I mean, they probably didn't say it because if you're playing on like Pro Controller or something. But yeah, it automatically switches to Rock Smash. Whenever it detects that you're doing mouse con mode. And you know, it has a little cursor, and you can just destroy and you can place blocks with it too, by the way. Not as much range as breaking them, but it's a huge amount of range still anyway. You don't have to like jump and try to place things by looking in the right direction and stuff. Wanted since 1949. Bro supported the founding of the PRC. I mean, could have. Alright. It's possibly not anymore identifying as brothers, but as some other close family relatives. We have contacted an association in Buenos Aires to assist you. His name is Diego Rodrigo. Best of luck. Alright, so we gotta identify these two, who are brothers, but who may no longer be identifying as brothers. Alright, what is this note? Dear Friedrich, I heard you are shipping out tomorrow. My undying love for my two blessed boys. Please make sure you and your brother shave your beards before then. You must be the only man in your unit who looks so slovenly. So also tell Ralphie to wash his face daily to stop infection. The dental exam results came back. I am so proud. When the war is over, you can follow in Ralphie's footsteps. Love, Ma. Alright. So, I guess Ralphie is the older one. So Ralph is the older one. And Frederick is the younger one. So these are the only... Okay. Is that... I guess that's an infection? Is that supposed to be an infection? Maybe. Alright. So Ralph is this one. This is Friedrich. Alright, so now let's give a call to, let's Rolodex it up. Rodrigo... What's his name? Diego Rodrigo. Or is it Diego Rodrigo Tailoring? I wonder why it's not in alphabetical order in terms of, like, last name. Oh, Diego Rodrigo Tailoring. What's this number? 091. Can I type it in? Can I just type in? Oh, yes. 091 342 900. Hello, is this Diego? Wanted to... Oh, yeah. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Pullman, is it? Yes, it is. I believe you've been looking into the Schultz brothers. I have. My brief was to look for German dentists in Buenos Aires. I didn't mean to alarm you, but there are a lot of them. I've really had my filling. You see, I see. As a little joke, you see, like, filling is that dentists give. No, I get it. Anyway, I have one promising candidate, a Dr. Schmidt. What can I help you with? Why do we have to do it this way? Oh, God. Does he have any distinguishing marks? Apart from the beard? No, I don't think so. Does he have any family? He speaks fondly of his older cousin in Canada. Apparently, his older cousin pioneered a rather celebrated new technique called an ornectomy. Dr. Schmidt also claims to have played a role. Pity that we can't hear German accent. You know much about it? Me? No, but Nico, a charming fellow patient visiting from Paraguay, spoke highly of the same procedure he had with Dr. Schmidt last January. So how are we going to track his cousin, a dentist in North America? Dentists in Canada need to conform to national Why does Diego know this, but not me? Need to conform to national certification, so he'll likely have retrained. I'd suggest speaking to the National Dental School and taking it from there. Thanks, Diego. Tell me more about Dr. Schmidt as a dentist. Dr. Schmidt is a practicing dentist of some renown in Buenos Aires. I should know because I've become his patient. He is quite canny in between sessions with the drill and pliers. Do you know Schmidt's first name? I've not been able to discover it. He has no certificates in his office. Highly suspect, if you ask me. I've never encountered a dentist who doesn't want to parade his honors. Alright. Thanks for your help, Diego. My pleasure. I appreciate your war on dentists, the gums of Navarone, if you will. Call again anytime. Buen dia, Diego. You have to give him the Leon Kennedy voice. Buen dia. New evidence revealed. Evidence added to your file. Okay. Alright, so this is the transcript. So, National... What do you call it? National Dental School. A. Schmidt. Current patient list. Rodrigo. Why do we have his full patient list with the operations that they have? How did we get this? Oops. Alright. So there was a backside on one of these. I don't recall which one. This one? Oh, it was this one. Safe passage assured. Interesting. Triangles and other shapes. Oh, we can link them if we want, I guess. How do I uncancel? How do I cancel that mode? Alright, let's see. So, does National dental, or maybe dental. We don't have that available. Well, we know that one of them is going by Schmidt. At least. Are they both going by Schmidt? No. Alright, oronectomy. So, you're in Buenos Aires. Schmidt. Oh, one of them is in Canada. But we don't know where in Canada they are. They don't have their name listed. Ontario Fashions. We know that his name begins with A. Nico from Paraguay. Nico Schroeder? Let's see if we can get that name. Seems like no. What do we do here? The safe passage assured D. When the war is over, you can follow in Rafi's footsteps. The dental, okay. So they did both become dentists, it seems like. How do we get more information? Is there something I missed? Does he have any family? Older cousin in Canada. Oronectomy. Alright, how do we speak to the dentist school though? Is there like some hint for that I haven't found? The other's a scratching dentist. What am I missing? What do these numbers mean? I assume it's the number of the teeth, because the teeth have like that's how they do things, right? They put teeth labels on teeth. Tooth tattoos. It didn't save the hint for what's it called, or the article that I didn't read that was at the top, that because it was being blocked by the hints. I mean, there's no way. Okay, if I just search A, it's not gonna pop up with anything useful, right? Yeah. Canada's not gonna work. All right. How do I find this information? I clearly have to make a call somewhere, but I don't know who or where. That is not what I was trying to look at all. Camden bus tours. We can actually call that. So clearly there's some sort of Eagle Outfitters. Guess I might as well check. What are all these random numbers you've got in your Rolodex? You might as well have just have a phone book at this point. Halifax cleaners. Kirkland Stationery. I mean, I get the feeling I'm not supposed to just be pouring through this entire list. I mean, maybe. I don't know how this game works. The patience, it's true. Alright. Guess we'll just like look at the list of patients. But like I mentioned before, the patient names are, or the names so far have been alphabetical order, or you know, have not been. I guess we only have two names, so N or S. Nico, nice furnish. That's not Nico. That's nice. His name was Nico with a K. I don't know his last name, but there's only one N here, and it's Schroeder. But I guess let's look at the other names. Alcazar. Lisavetsky. Bermejo S. I mean, maybe there's something in Buenos Aires. Probably not. Why would I have that number? Bermejo is also not here. K. Rehnquist. I don't know, maybe something's under Canada. Canadian Dentistry Organization. How did I miss that? 305-433-196. Canadian Dental Organization, provider of top-notch instruction from coast to Toothy Coast. Hello, who am I speaking with? This is Natalia. I'm the senior administrator at the CDO, and Dr. Safer's personal assistant. How can I help? Natalia, I'm looking for a passing acquaintance I met in Buenos Aires, a German dentist working in Canada. That could be a pretty big... sure, you're a dentist yourself? I am not. Sorry, my name is Saul Perlman. Superman? No, Saul Perlman. Sorry to disappoint. I'm afraid we have many Germans pass through our esteemed halls. I cannot necessarily help you. Anything else I can help you with? Tell me about ornectomy. Your ornectomy is a groundbreaking procedure in humane cavity replacement, invented right here in Canada. By who? It's a little technical, but you take a drill and put it deep into the crown. Typically, it's done in 2 stages, a year apart, to allow for regrowth. Who invented this work? Well, I can't give you direct info on our members, but there was an exciting conference in Montreal recently that honored the creators. I'll send you some materials once we're off the call. I'll also tell you Dirk you were asking about his work. Dirk! Thanks! Alright, we got named Dirk. Dirkin Kirkin. In fact, there was another doctor there from Buenos Aires. Perhaps you know him, although I'm forgetting his name. Alright, tell me more about the CDO. We're headed up by Dr. Herring. He's out right now. The CDO trains and certifies all dentists who want to work in Canada. We work with a variety of student dentists, as well as mature expatriates who want to work here. Where do your expatriates come from? Oh, everywhere. England, France, Argentina, lots of South Americans, though very few of them are native. Thanks. What about you, Natalia? What's your story? Truthfully, I want to be a folk singer. Do you listen to folk music? You mean Bob Dylan? Neil Young? Oh no, that's far too commercial. I do a lot of traditional Canadian working songs. We've got a little commune out of town. This pays the bills. I see, thanks. I also sing a lot of songs about the danger of candy, for kids mostly. If you want to know what it can do to teeth, you should talk to my friend Beth at the Five Pieces place. Nice. Nice reference. The horrors. Oh, root trees. Aha, I haven't had those in years. Alright, that's all for now. Many thanks, Natalia, for the tooth and nothing but the tooth. Very nice. You have a good day, sir. Alright, new evidence revealed. Canadian Dentistry Organization. Oh, we've got this. Oh, we know who this is. Alright. So, let's do this. Alright, so this is Jerkin Kirkin. Jerk. Canadian Dental Organization Conference 1971 newsletter. Key speakers. This year's key speakers cover a wide range of subjects, including emerging technologies and root canal by Emerson, brace yourself orthodontistry in the age of bubblegum by Irving, and challenges in British dentistry by Forsyth. All were highly interesting and informative. Dr. Mueller. This year's grand prize went to Dr. Mueller for his work on ornectomy procedures. Flying in late from his surgery in Toronto for... Okay, Toronto. Dr. Mueller. Brilliant cousin Alex. Alright, we got the names. Alright. So we've got Mueller. Toronto. I feel like they could have done it in a way that doesn't require you to drag names around. Alex. We need a better picture of him. I think this is him. They've got the same eyes. Alright. And I didn't get Alex in, apparently. Also, I think escape should close some of these when they're the last focus thing. I think this should be it. Let's go. I found the two dentists, Ralph and Fritz. Ralph is a highly acclaimed, I guess, decorated dentist living and working in Toronto under the name Dirk Mueller. He pioneered a procedure called the ornectomy, for which he has received significant acclaim. His younger brother goes by Alex Schmidt. He lives in Buenos Aires. Let's go! Alright, I don't think we have anything else, so let's go to bed. Have you ever seen a tick so bad that you had to go to sleep? That's what happened to Mr. Perlman just now. Ow. Alright, the French collection. Oh, they're talking about Pokemon. Got to catch them all. Keep the library or access the library archive. Your search tool can now search the New York Public Records Library. Open the library tab in the search tool to search documents. Oh no. Well, gee whiz willikers. Alright. Let's read this first. Mr. Perlman. We're now in... I forgot what this voice was. We are now on a trail of Annalise Hoffman and her lackeys, Helmut Schlosser and Wolfgang Fischer. The daughter of a wealthy and well-connected family, she is a target of utmost importance. We have secured you access to the archives, a wealth of searchable documents that may aid your investigation. Our regards, comma, but no signed signature. Alright, let's see. So, Annalise Hoffman, Helmut Schlosser, Wolfgang Fischer. We've got a photograph here. Look at this photograph! And we got another photograph here. Property of Pellicott and Partners. There's a backside. Safe passage assured. Were they in these boxes? Now, can I see the back better, please? Can I see it through it better? So, RG... SH... or DF... No, I think this is just matching their new initials, probably. HS... Alright. So, Pellicott and Partners. Really? Why does the T not want to appear? What's wrong with this? Siegfried. I guess pin this because it's here. Seville. Intermediation rules redacted, extrapolated from pattern. Blah, blah, blah. Uh... And I don't think... Is there any way to match any faces here right now? It doesn't quite seem like it. I don't know, it seems like they were in the boxes. So AH is here. So she's now SHS. I'm confused. I'm surprised Pelicot did not show up at all. Maybe Pelicot isn't here. There it is. 416-407-152. Hello, George Martinique of Pelicot Partners. Pelicone Partners. Hello, my name is Saul Perlman. I've received a document regarding the Hoffman family with your law firm stamp on it. Yes, wait one moment. Door shutting. How can I help? Why do you have this photo? Mr. Perlman, do you know what a private archive is? No. Caesar is a very rich family. For example, the Hoffmans. They might wish to have a place to store the enormous amount of documentation stemming from their personal affairs. Some are confidential, so it can't be found easily. Exactly. Proof of business malfeasance? Sometimes, but also more personal affairs. Fallouts, illegitimate children, drug problems, identities. I'm struggling to follow. My apologies. Pelicone Partners represented the Hoffman's business until we were ousted in a recent corporate restructure. We also served as a personal archive. You know where the bodies are buried. Exactly. That photo is from the secure archive. It was deposited many years ago. The reason you have it is certain partners, myself included, feel that more light should be shed on the Hoffman family's broader activities. What are those broader activities? For example, the Hoffmans run cafes, restaurants, stores. I've met a number of their regional directors. They have surnames like Rodrigo, Savelli, Giro. What do you think their accents are? German. You are smart? They all have strong German or Austrian accents and are roughly 50 to 60 years old. You think the Hoffmans are hiding people inside their companies? I do. Including family members? That I could not say. What was the restructure about? I think there was a big scandal. A little, and it was all covered up quickly. After that, a lot of people were moved around and we were cut off. Alright. What can you tell me about the Hoffmans? Very rich Swiss-Austrian family. Father Franz and mother Elizabeth, one daughter Anneliese. What did you say they run? They specialize in food and drink. They have restaurants and stores all over Europe. Touristy, popular with Americans. I'm American. And I apologize for that. Is that all their business interests? I believe they've recently started a US chain of pawnbrokers and discount stores. Grubby stuff. How about Annalise specifically? She was the joy of the Hoffmans. A ski champion, concert pianist, ballerina. Not a particularly nice person, though. How? How do you say she treated people like property? What was the state of her marriage? Tempestuous, to say the least. What can you tell me about Schlosser and Fischer? Helmut Schlosser was high up in the Austrian command chain. Very tall and handsome man. He was also vain and cruel. capable of days-long rages. So not your typical Nazi, then. Very good. There are stories in the archives of him beating up his servants, kicking his dogs, all qualities that endeared him to high military command. And Fisher. Fisher is a murkier figure. He was a close friend of Schlosser, but less so was Hoffman's. He wasn't at Annaliese's and Helmut's wedding, for example. I think he was deeply in love with Annalise. I have gleaned from some letters that this was to some extent mutual. He wasn't at the wedding. They were lovers. That I cannot say. What do the symbols mean? Part of the photo contained coded symbols. I can't help with that, but you should have a look at in some archives for things you've seen as a picture. Plus check if you've seen these symbols before. Thanks, George. That's all, thanks. Pleasure to speak to you, Mr. Perlman. I'm going to send you a few things to look at. I hope they help. That's great. Take care. Alright. We got a full-ass conversation there. What? Dear Annalise, I'm sorry to hear about Helmi. We can handle arrangements, but you need to leave Europe as soon as possible. We have a new opportunity that could provide you some cover. The first name, however, will have to stay. Please take care. Your cousin, the young Master Kuntz, inquired after you. He's terribly fond. What a shame this all is. Alright. Love Ma and Pa. Okay, so she has a name that she doesn't like, I guess, as part of this cover. Hoffman Enterprises. The Hungry Pig. Crusty Loaf. Pasta Perfecta. So we've got a few female names here. This is 1970. Helen Smith, Giuliani Savelli. Hortense. Le Big Cheese. Maybe it's Hortense. Maybe she's like, this name freaking sucks. Oh, I can right click to close stuff. Not this though. Alright. This doesn't have a reverse side. Varicose veins on this child. We don't have any other photos though, so... Alright, up triangle, down triangle, square. Does that mean anything? Dear Anna, my mother says she already knows that I need to understand about things your parents discuss in polite articles and other intellectual things that I study or love, Eva. Okay, there was a lot of information in here that I'm not sure I completely absorbed. So let's take a look. Let's see. Fisher. He was close friends with Schlosser, but not with the Hoffmans. He wasn't at the wedding. I think he was deeply in love with Annalise. Okay. So, okay, so this wedding, I assume, was theirs. It's not labeled, so I don't know. Is that her? I guess there must be these two, right? We don't have any recent photos though, so... Obviously these veins on her arm are gonna be important. Alright, let's look up some of these locations, I guess. Cafe Rose is not here. The Lamplight Larder. Is it under T? Le Tiny Dabble. Le Big Cheese. Alright, none of these names are showing up. The Mountaintop. Hoffman Auction. Is this related? Let's call the number and see, I guess. Did I type it wrong, or is it just not? Alright. Cafe 405 is here. Is that picking up? Alright, I'm guessing we're not... Oh, it says page 1 of 2. But there's no way to flip it, so I guess there's just no page 2. Alright, so this axe symbol... Is this here? Harp, yarn, envelope. Oh, is this, no. If it was just stationary, it would not, there would not be space like this. So, teapot. Mother knows about your other love. Okay, so that's their message. But how does that help us? I'm sorry to hear about Helmi. We can handle arrangements when you need to leave Europe as soon as possible. You have a new opportunity that could provide you some cover. The first name, however, will have to stay. Please take care. Your cousin, the young Master Kunst, inquired after you. He's terribly fond. What a shame this all is. Young Master Kunst. E and F. Tell me. Hoffman employee found dead in Dublin. Let's get this. Corporate restructuring. This as well. Alright. So this is page 2. Alright, let's look at this one. Man found murdered in Dublin Park. Police in Ballymun yesterday recovered the body of David Fairview in Grange Park. Detectives say Fairview sustained multiple stab wounds and bore defensive injuries consistent with a violent struggle. Forensic officers also believe the body may have been moved after the attack. Investigators are now appealing for information on a tall blonde woman in her early 50s who was seen in the area with a male companion around the time of the incident. Anyone with information is to contact Ballyman Garda Station. Alright. Alright, so his name was David Fairview. And that was Schlosser, I think? Schlosser was the hot one, right? Yes. David Fairview. Dublin. Do we need a recent picture, or can we just use the current one? Or this old one? I mean, we can't get a photo off of this, so I assume we just have to use this one. I mean, you can't really tell if these two are the same person at all. So he wasn't at the wedding, they said. Can I get, like, a photo? The photo from this? Maybe I have to search the name. Calling the Dublin tailors work at all? Probably not. Alright. I just want to get the photo from this. Alright, there's also this. So there's Cafe 405. Pretzels. Alright. The name will have to say the same, they said. You need to leave Europe as soon as possible. Alright, so she was in... Alright. So she basically killed her husband. Kunst, I guess, is probably the new name of Fisher, maybe? I don't know. Alright. Personnel restructuring. Alright, so... Bread. Moved to diamonds. Crusty Loaf. Went from Dublin to... Which one could it be? Oh, there it is. Hoffman, Diamonds, and Pawn. That would mean that the other one, whatever this one is, I can't tell. Let's see. So this is Top Tomatoes. This is Diamonds and Pearls. So this is probably Hungry Pig. This is Le Big Cheese. This is the Pretzel Shack. This is Perfect Peppers. What is this? This is House of Olives. This is La Tiny Table. This is, I assume, the mountaintop. This is the kettle, copper kettle. Cafe 405. Cafe Rose. So the only options left are the red halibut. Pasta Perfecto is probably this one. And the Lamplight Larder. Helen Smith. And the other one getting moved there was, who was it? The loaf. Roger Green. Alright, so they're both in, one's in Dublin, one's in London. Hello? Hey Tapper, how's it going? We don't know their new location yet. So I'm assuming we have to go to this location for now. And the question is how we get his face. Crusty loaf. We don't have it here. I don't have this either. Maybe we have to just like cross-examine who was in both photos. I don't think that helps. What is this priest guy doing here? Is there another source of photographs? What's the way he's looking at him? Is this the same person? Is this the cousin, Kuntz? Cross-examine, objection, hold it, take that! This is their wedding, right? These two are there too. Is it the same people? I think so, right? Alright. Helmut Schlosser was high up in the Austrian command chain, very tall and handsome man. He was also vain and cruel. He wasn't at the wedding. I think he was deeply in love with Annalise. It says he wasn't at the wedding, so he can't be here. Oh, the photo was recovered from the victim. So it's his. It was the photo in his pocket. Appealing for information on tall blonde women in her early 50s. Oh, wait, so it doesn't say what the victim looked like at all. So we don't know who it was. I guess they were both in the same area, though. Like, we know the victim was David Fairview, and he had a photo of the wedding, so I'm assuming it must have been his wedding. The copper kettle in London. He was in London. But he was found dead in Dublin. Alright, Ballymun Garda Station. Let's see if they have information there. I keep accidentally opening this instead of the Rolodex. Alright, we got a phone call. Ballymun Garda Station. Sergeant Kennedy, how can I help? Hello, I'm inquiring about a murder that happened last year in Grange Park. Alright. You'll be wanting to turn yourself in, will ya? Who? I'm inquiring about the victim, David Fairview. Look, fella, I don't know the case. What I do know is I've sure had enough use lot calling up about it. Us people? Yous Yanks? You called last week asking this and that about developments in the case. Well, now, this is an open investigation, so I ain't got naught to say to ya. Where were the calls coming from? Oh, some ditzy girl in New Jersey, you done now? Well, I'd really like to... Oh, piss off. Who's calling from New Jersey? Ditzy girl in New Jersey, yeah? So I guess you're in New Jersey now. What's this place called? Hoffman Diamonds. Scandal. I heard a little and it was all covered up quickly and then like... I guess we could still check these. So AH, we flip it, get HS. David Fairview is Helmut Schlosser. Why is it reversed? SH. Wait. Yes, Roger Green is Wolfgang Fischer, and yeah, Helmut Schlosser is David Fairview. I don't know why it's SH here. Did they mess up? I don't know. I guess all we're really missing is the face. Yeah, true, it is. Oh yeah, it's upside down. That makes sense. Then why is this one a square? So, Seville, London, Dublin. Intermediary symbols redacted. Extrapolate from pattern. So 0, 1, 2, 3. Wait. 1, 2, 3. I guess since there's no 1, this must be 2, or this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay, number of sides. I don't know what they would do for two-sided, for a two-sided shape, but, anyway. So 3 is London, so these two are in London. This one is in Dublin. We already got that, basically. We just don't have a photo of Wolfgang. How do we get a photo of Wolfgang? Why do we have this photo? Oops. Like, I'm curious why this photo doesn't let you take any screen caps or take, like, use it for anything. It's terribly fun. What a shame this all is. Kunst. How do we get a photo? What even is Balliamum? Is it just like an area of Dublin? I mean, I assume we're supposed to figure out the using the veins somehow. But how do we figure that out? How does that help us? No, nobody has veins so far. Walk around looking for her. I'm so curious about this. What the hell is this for? What I do know is I've sure had enough views calling up about it. This is an open investigation. Some ditzy girl in New Jersey. You done now? Let's call him again. there they stopped answering. All right. Some ditzy girl in New Jersey. Is that an important detail, or is that just... Any ditzy girls in the Rolodex? How would you even look that up? This library is not helping. This doesn't have a backside. No phone number for the Dublin Times. Ballymun. Yeah. Where to get a photo? Is he one of these people? Like, it's possible, right? But we just don't have any information about who these people are, other than just people doing the shipping. But it's giving us an opportunity to drag headshots. Wait. Alright, so he wasn't at the wedding. Not just not pictured in the wedding, he was just not at the wedding. A close friend of Schlosser, but less so with the Hoffmans. One daughter. So who's Eva? Because it says mother, but maybe it's just saying your mother. It doesn't need to scroll to the very top every time. It should just... Let's do this. Portrait of Annalise and friend? Friend? What do you mean friend? That was a child. What? Port of Trieste. Maybe this is when they were young, but she looks kind of older here, so I don't know. I assume this friend is this. Like, if they're the same people, She's covering her arms with the sleeves because she doesn't like her veins. If they're assuming that that there's just them younger. But how does that help us? Maybe that's Eva. That still doesn't help us, but... Where do we get a photo of a guy who wasn't in the wedding photo? What are you doing? I'm so lost. Why is it all whited out? Like, what's going on with this photograph? Oh. I broke it. I broke the photo. I broke the photo! Why? Close it. Like, what we know specifically means that it cannot be any of these people. Unless, of course, like, Roger, Wolfgang did some transitioning, I guess, and Ava used to be... Or Wolfgang used to be Ava. Oh, that would be interesting. We don't know anything about Wolfgang. He was a close friend of Schlosser. It'd be so funny if that's the way it worked. I mean, I have no other leads, so let's try that, I guess. Let's check. There are more than 2 errors. Okay. That would be interesting, but I don't know. I don't know if that's what we're going with. It said more than 2. So I think we're just missing information still. Hello? Why did it light up like that over there? Temporarily. What? 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 Oh, I think they did their UI logic wrong. Instead of checking the actual location for the hotspots, they just move it based on which one was last clicked. So if I click here, it moves here, but then if I move the screen right on my own, it still stays here. Weird bug. Alright. This does not help us. None of this helps. I mean, this lets us find out who Roger Green is. That was all this helped us for. Roger Green and Helen Smith. That was how we got their names from this. It was from this and this. Maybe if we search other things, the lamplight larder. The crusty loaf. We don't get either of them. We can't scroll further than this. We are only allowed to have 1 page of stuff, and it's all CAs. Can I search the Rolodex? Is it possible to search the Rolodex? No, I did not want to open that. Do we have any other documents we could try searching for? We've searched Hoffman, we've searched... Dublin... What other stuff is there to search for? We got a lot of information from Pelicot and Partners, but it's dense. This is confusing. What is this for? Called last week asking this and that about developments in the case. Who's calling from New Jersey last week? How do we get her name? How do we get into contact with her? I don't know, maybe they're in New Jersey now. Maybe that's the well, we don't know where in New Jersey. We wouldn't even know. They're in Trenton, New Jersey. It just says New Jersey even. So even if we were able to use this, we wouldn't be able to. Cork, Dublin, Rome, Napoli, Munich, Paris, Barcelona, Madrid. So far, it's all in Europe. You should know everyone in Jersey. Kunst. Kunst. Keep clicking this. Kunst did not show up here. First name, however, will have to stay. Why is that important? Maybe their names are no longer Helen Smith and Roger Green. Maybe they changed again after this. Maybe? I don't know. No Helen. No Roger. No Smith. This is not the right green, I don't think. Geneva hosiery. Alright, what about so there? Alright. Franz and Elizabeth. Daughter Annalise. It's food and drinks. They have restaurants and stores all over Europe. Ski champion, concert pianist, ballerina. I'm gonna call George again. It was, he... Alright, it's just the same conversation. Well, that's awkward. Alright. What am I missing? My apologies. Elkhart and Partners represented the Hoffman's business until we were ousted in a recent corporate restructure. Okay, so they don't have recent info because of the restructure that happened whenever, just like last year. The reason you have it is certain partners feel that more light should be shed on the Hoffman family's broader activities. Hoffman's run cafes, restaurants, stores. I've met a number of the regional directors. They have surnames like Rodrigo, Savelli, Giro, German accents. He was a close friend of Schlosser, but less so with the Hoffmans. He wasn't at the wedding. I think he was deeply in love with Annalise, but not a friend of the Hoffmans. Parts of the photo contained coded symbols. This one, right? But that doesn't help me. York Pooches, Newcastle. Anything from London in here? London Textiles? Why do we have so many like random tailoring places on our Rolodex? Why did they send us this photo? Like, where did this come from? I like how she has the exact same expression and pearls as this woman over here. Alright. I just need to make sure. Yeah, this is a Hoffman wedding photo. So presumably it is her wedding. Annalise Hoffman's wedding. Now, we don't know where her parents are in that photo. I mean, it's probably her. But would that mean that these are his parents? But then who would this friend be then? What is the I don't understand this photo. Why do we have it? What's it for? It doesn't appear to have any codes in it or anything like that. It's just kind of here. April 14th, 1970. Forensic officers also believe the body may have been moved after the attack. So he was dumped in a park. Or in the park. They keep saying tall, but like everyone else in this photo is taller than them. I mean, they're like about the same height. Helmet was also described as taller. It says European corporate structure, but it also says that they were moving her out of Europe. So it's possible since they decided, this is still TBD, right? They probably ended up moving it out of Europe. Since they hadn't decided yet. No jewelers or diamonds anywhere here. I don't know what to look for. Like, we have no indication at all of what Wolfgang looks like. Just that there's a man, he was a man. Which is what it says here. Or a male companion. Looks like a gang of wolves. This library stinks. I mean, this isn't gonna give us anything. It's just, I think Hoffman is just a coincidence here. What other things can I search for? You already searched Siegfried. I like how it says lackeys. They're her lovers. I guess we might as well call Cafe 405. I think we already tried this though, right? Why do they all have disconnected telephones, hey? Call missing persons. Sadly, that's not important enough to be on our Rolodex. I'm at a loss here. What am I supposed to be looking for? Raymond Giroux. I guess I could just turn on the hints to see if there's what that looks like. Because I don't really have a clue where we're going. So let's try turning on the hints. I don't know what that does for me though. You found, okay. You found all relevant new evidence and conversations. That means that this person is in the one of these photos. It's either in this photo, or they were indeed in this photo somehow, somewhere. Alright, I feel like I should just turn off the hint button then. Bet he's the little girl. I mean, the only information I could glean for someone not being at the wedding is if they went by a different name before. I'm kind of liking this guy as the weird glary face guy. I mean, we didn't change anything, so And we also, I'm pretty sure they're not in London anymore, but... Some ditzy girl in New Jersey. How do we find more information about a city in New Jersey that matters? None of these are in New Jersey, pretty sure. Ballyman, New Jersey. Dublin, New Jersey. I don't know the case. Oh. Yo, welcome in, Ars. How's it going? How is Hades? We're struggling here, trying to find out where the clues in this game are. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm VL. I like to play variety of games, up to and including mystery. We're currently playing mystery games. This is mystery games. Mystery game stream. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. How y'all been? You stole the shout out? Rip. No, wait. No, there was already one for Ars. I could see it on my end. Alright, let's see. So yeah, we're trying to find out. So this face is not, we're not sure about this face. We're trying to find out where some Nazis are hiding. Some folks have been giving them, or like been moving them around, giving them new identities. And I don't know how to find, some of them. In particular, we know that all we know about this Fisher guy is that he was not at in this wedding photo, supposedly. He was not at the wedding. So as it says, Fisher is a murkier figure. He was a close friend of Schlosser, but less so of the Hoffmans. He wasn't at Annalise's and Helmut's wedding, this event, most likely. For example, I think he was deeply in love with Annalise. Yeah, but it doesn't say anything about what he looks like, so we don't know anything about what he looks like. We have an opportunity that could provide you some cover. The first name, however, will have to stay. Please take care. The first name will have to stay. She's going under the name Helen, so unless there's another Helen somewhere. The game, so when I turned on the hints system, this hints system at the bottom says that we already have all the names or all the documents we need, so I don't know what that's about. Because I don't know, I don't feel like I have everything. If passage assured, new identities assigned. D. Who is D? Why does D keep giving people new identities? Are any of these flippable that I haven't noticed? No, not flippable. Not flippable. Not flippable. Not flippable. Not flippable. No. Nothing is flippable. We also know that these two eventually got moved to a new location, as described by this. But we don't know where the new location is because as of the time of this thing that we've got, it was still TBD. I'm a little bit lost about how I'm supposed to find this location. Yellow pages? Can I find the yellow pages? Yeah, there's no Helen. We can call a stationary place. I also don't know what the purpose of this photo is. It's clearly showcasing this person's blue veins, because that's a very striking detail in a very simplistic art style. But I don't know what that's supposed to indicate. Because nobody else has had those veins in any of these photos. Alright, I'm gonna turn on the hints and see what we got, because I'm just stuck here now. I don't know what the deal is. Alright. First hint. Review the Are you serious? We have to view documentation from previous cases? Hoffman. Diamonds upon Roger Green. I forgot that was his name. Alright, well, we know his face then. I'm so mad. Alright, so there are their faces. They're new faces. Can I display it on... Okay, in it. I guess the bus tour photo also has them. Alright. And now they're in Camden. And not doing particularly well, apparently. Oh, no. That was the bus tours. They weren't in Camden. Were they in Camden? What's this say? Alright, so now we know. I completely already forgot about the name Roger Green. So now that we know that, we can go to previous ones. I'll just turn off hints and we'll go with that for now. Alright, Buster article. Me and Mrs. Green can't wait to come again. Collingswood. Alright. That should hopefully be enough. Maybe? Check. Oops. Got to change her last name. There were 2 or fewer errors, so there were 2 errors. What else is left? Is this supposed to say Dublin? Alright, okay, that was just, okay. All 3 took the Siegfried ship from Trieste to London and Dublin. There they took on aliases that allowed them to run Hoffman businesses without detection. However, it seems that Wolfgang and Anneliese started an affair. This led to the death of Helmut Schlosser, most likely at their hands. They were smuggled by Annaliese's parents to New Jersey to head up Hoffman's what is it? Diamond and Pawn in Collingwood, New Jersey. They are married and go by Roger and Helen Green. Yay! Okay, so we had to use a hint because I didn't realize that they wanted me to look at the previous ones. But that's fine. Now we know this for the future. The name Roger Green. Also, the first case was so disconnected from the story that I didn't even think about bothering to check with that one. Well, is that you again? Another 3 a.m. call? You've done well, Mr. Perlman. I tracked down Annalise Hoffman and her new husband. Turned out she iced the last one. Congratulations. You gonna arrest her? Maybe we will, maybe we won't. Oh boy. So is that it? We're done. Not even close. You're gonna start paying me? I'm covering my own expense here. My library card is maxed out. Mr. Perlman. Ah, forget it. I can see you guys are as tight as you are, tight-lipped. Mr. Perlman, we need you to look into some ex-Nazis based in South America, Argentina, Bolivia, and Paraguay. I already got a guy in Argentina, a dentist. This is different. These men were high-ranking Nazi officers. After their escape from Europe, certain powers chose to make use of them for their skills. Arrest, interrogation, torture. Some now head up secret police departments and only go by aliases. They were promoted, basically. They visit untold misery on their country's people and stifle the spread of democracy. We need to hunt them down. And have them arrested. No, we want to eliminate them. And if I refuse... So, you seem to have a nice enough life. Do you really want to find out? I see. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Perlman. You can go back to sleep. Your next package arrives tomorrow. I'm glad he stopped calling me Mr. 3 in the goddamn morning. Alright, so let's see. The day of the Cobra. The Cobra. Why is it the day of the Cobra? Oops. I opened the window during the cinematic, what's it called? The letterboxing. So we want the Cobra and the Viking. Why does it start off so tiny? Mr. Perlman, we are searching for 2 individuals, the Cobra, the secretive leader of the Chilean secret police, and the Viking, his key lieutenant. We need their real names from before the war, not who they are now. We have surveillance photos from 4 locations: Via de Moe, Piedroloma, Porta Quehueleco, and Santa Corvina. Unfortunately, the photos are poorly labeled. However, we believe the Cobra and Viking appear in these images. Additional intelligence: the Cobra operates several local businesses in addition to official duties. So he's an entrepreneur. That's what I was trying to say. He's reportedly very hands-on, personally overseeing every detail of these operations. This may help identify him. So that's the Cobra. Alright. So we've got a bunch of unlabeled photographs. It's hard to say if any of these people look the same. He's got neck tattoo. Could that mean he's the Cobra? Condor. How's my driving? They covered the number. Alright, so this 3 fish thing shows up here as well. Santa Corvina. I guess let's search Santa Corvina. No. I don't know if I spelled that right. Why does this photograph have the viewfinder? Santa Corvina Football Club. Really? Did I type it wrong? No? Man, that was my only lead. Piedroloma. We got Jesus. Alright, let's look up Condor. Tromso Bridge article. Alright. Chile's Scandinavian population remembers the horrors of war. Santiago, Chile. The director of the South American Scandinavian Cultural Alliance led a solemn remembrance ceremony yesterday honoring those killed in the Tromso Bridge Massacre of 1941. I don't know how to pronounce that O with the slash through it. The event marked the anniversary of a failed resistance operation during the Nazi occupation of Norway. On March 11, 1941, local fighters planned to sabotage a bridge east of Tromso near Sedermoen along the Bardu River. Before the attack could be carried out, the position was ambushed by a German Panzer Division. It is widely believed that the mission was compromised by a single act of betrayal, though the identity of the informant was never formally confirmed. Among the fallen was Andreas Oberg. Alright, it's near 2 a.m., so we're going to bed. Alright, have a good night, Ars. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for dropping by. I hope you have some good rest. Let's see. You gave a reading at the service. This was an act of bravery, rebellion, and patriotism. Hansen Oberg said. Husband of Cecilia Hansen Oberg. Alright, or Celia Hansen Oberg. Okay. It was undone by the cowardice of one person, setting back Norway's resistance and costing the lives of family members, brothers, and husbands we can never forget. The service concluded with prayers and a candle lighting ceremony held at La Catedral del Espiritu Andino. Alright, Oberg. Hansen Oberg. Alright. Oberg does not come up here. Can I move this? Seems like no. Alright, this happened in 1941 though, so... None of these are flippable. Lavid and Kant something. Lavid and Cantada, the finest wines in Chile. Juan speaking, how can I help? Tell me more about your store. We are a family-run wine shop nestled in the Valle de Moye. That's an area in Chile, famous for its vineyards. You sound American. Have you visited? I have not. Our town is tiny. 2 stores, one run by me, one by my cousin. Only 500 people live here because it is so remote. However, we are proud to stock wines from all the key vineyards. One run by me, one run by my cousin. Tell me about the area. About the area in general. It is a truly stunning valley in which nestles some of the most renowned vineyards in all of Chile. You know, very recently a famous travel writer wrote about us for his newspaper. Oh, yes? We sent him around the Norwegian's vineyard, the one with all the feral roosters and cockerels. A lovely man, very drunk. Sounds like a dream. I'll send you a photo I took of him. Are there any less desirable aspects of the town? Like many towns, we were blighted by the presence of the secret police. In this case, outside the store, which seems a de facto headquarters. You've had run-ins with them. I have been fortunate enough to avoid their gaze. However, my cousin who runs the grocery store was a student activist before the coup. He was not so lucky. He still bears the scars. I'm sorry to hear that. You should talk to him. He's the only other shop in town. You're close with your cousin. You know, we share an area code, but otherwise we are very different people. Many thanks. I'll call again if I need you. You're more than welcome. Alright. So, Valle de Moye. Grocery store in Valle de Moye. Alright. Uh-oh. We've got some familiar faces here. Dear Juan, killed it, cooked it, got the name for the article. Thank you for setting me up with a visit. Best BU. Whoa. Tim Buckley reference? Let's see. This face is familiar too. We've seen this face, right? And maybe not. He's got the mountains on his shirt. Alright. So they have the same area code. But we're not sorted by area code. We're sorted by frickin'... Alright, so La Vida Encantada. 234. Is that the area code? 234154? I wonder if there's probably a better way to search for this, but I'm just curious. 234154. There's a lot of 212s here. Apparently everywhere uses the exact same number format. There's a 234. Casas del Valle. Jeez. Casas del Valle. David is speaking. Hello, my name is Perlman. I just spoke to your cousin at the wine store. Yes, how can I help? Tell me more about your store. We're just a humble grocery store. We sell cheese, vegetables, local pork, food grown in the region. How long have you been running it? Took it over from my father and mother 4 years ago. Your cousin mentioned you had some trouble with the security services? I did, but I don't think I should talk about it. David, I'm investigating the Cobra. We want to catch him. You are? You know, I met him. You've met him? I write for Liberación Nacional, the socialist newspaper. We look into governmental corruption. We also write about important arts and cultural events to keep our readers up to date. You were arrested. I was walking to my house when I was picked up and put into a large van. What kind of van? White, very cold, maybe a butcher's truck or something like that. Perhaps one of the fish vans from Santa Corvina that deliver the cash to local restaurants. What happened then? I was taken to a large brick building. I couldn't see much, but it stank of fish guts, so it may have been a tinning factory. You were taken for interrogation. Yes, I was put into a chair. 2 guards asked me questions, first calmly, then applying blows. Every so often, they would stop and speak quietly to a third man. The Cobra. I believe so. He was obviously very senior. He was at a desk just writing. I couldn't get a clear look at him, but I had my pinhole camera and managed to get a photo. Can I see that? You can, though it's far from perfect. I only heard him say one thing. take the van back to the factory and remind me to give Chiquita his bonus. I assume this was for one of his informants, the rat. The strangest thing was that they did not seem concerned with asking about our work on corruption. Mostly they seemed interested in a small article about the Norwegian Art Expo. What do you think? They were very angry. They kept saying, "Do you know what you've done?" Did you? I did not. One of them, a short brute of a man, stepped forward. He was shouting, holding the printed article. He said, "You mean to betray the Cobra? You know his name." In an article about Norwegian culture. I was completely bemused. I asked them how, and frankly, I should have saved my breath. They started beating me very hard. I thought I was going to die. How come they let you go? Honestly, it was my level of confusion. In the end, the man at the desk whispered a few words, and I was thrown back into a van and deposited on the same corner that picked me up from. Alright. Cool. Many thanks. I'll call again if I need you. Goodbye. Alright, so we got the transcript. Oh, we got a photo of... Is he wearing, like, lederhosen? What's going on here? Alright. So, he's got a... suspenders. His shoes are... His pant legs are too short. So is this guy, maybe? Maybe? He doesn't wear his socks though. Could be this guy. He's got the more correct shoes. Also, the full screen photos sometimes show more than the original. How does this help us? He didn't tell us about the article. Libération Nationale. Alright. Let's take a look at this. Exposition of Norwegian art set to arrive in Santiago. Delegation of Norwegian artists are set to arrive in Santiago to display the best of Scandinavian art, theater, music, and dance. The musical program spans both classical and contemporary works, featuring pieces such as The Ice Harp by Lean, Concento for Casper by Hansen Oberg, and The Haunting Songs from the Fjord by Eikeland. Also included is the Minimalist Suite 3 Still Winter by Nygaard, performed by a mixed ensemble of Norwegian and Chilean musicians. 4 pieces are considered examples of the Norwegian style of skjult. The week-long celebration is a part of an ongoing cultural exchange supported by the Norwegian Ministry of Culture and Municipality of Santiago. Aiming to deepen artistic connection between Norway and Latin America. It is also to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the Tromsø Bridge Massacre, in which 250 Norwegian resistance fighters were routed by Nazi forces. Fires break out in major Via Plano towns. Investigations continue into large blazes in Yama, Tambo, and Kure last month. Witnesses say blazes erupted overnight, destroying several public buildings. Unconfirmed reports suggest mercenary Chilean forces may have set fire to voting booths on the eve of the national election amid fears of a major defeat in the polls. This is a developing story. Is there a backside or anything like that? The only names we got Hansen Oberg, which is the name that we've seen before, Eikeland, and Nygaard, and I guess again the Ice Harp. Songs from the Fjord. 3 Still Winters. Norwegian Ministry of Culture, Municipality. Okay, let's see those. Not that. Not that either. All right. I guess let's look up these themes. Ice harp. No. Ooh. They say his name was printed in it. You know his name. You mean to betray the Cobra? Betray? Why do they think he knows him? When it turns out the Cobra is Kai. We also have nothing about the Viking so far. Cobra operates several local businesses. Dear Juan, killed it, cooked it, got the name of the article. Be you. He looks so, like, bothered by this dude coming in here. Famous travel writer wrote about us for his newspaper. I guess I might as well check previous cases to see if I recognize this face anywhere. Maybe this guy's the Viking. Like, listen. This guy over here literally has a cobra tattoo on his neck. He looks maybe a little too young though. Then I need, you know, he'd be in his, like, what, 50s probably? They're not that young, I guess. Or not that old. eye patch. He's blonde and he's got like an eye patch. He sounds more like the Viking. But also, we know that one guy was short from this conversation. Two guards asked me questions. First calmly, then applying blows. Every once so often, they would stop and speak quietly to a third man. Chiquita. Strangest thing was that they did not seem concerned. A short brute of a man. Missing leg, so it can't be him. Okay. This man has 2 legs, so it can't be this person who's missing a leg. Are these the cousins? It might be. I don't know. He says his cousin still bears the scars. Are they mistaken? He's reading the Condor here, and that has his name, or like that has the Oberg name just stated right here. Completely. This is the Condor one. Alright. Performed by an ensemble of Norwegians and Chilean musicians. Why would they care about this? It doesn't list anybody's full names. Santa Corvina. Unfortunately, this photo is fully labeled. If we check the list. Okay, so they don't have names associated with them. One 169. Let me search the numbers again. Close. I'm so curious if it's actually going to show up in this at all. Alright, it did not. That doesn't mean that we can't use this though. 234. No? Damn. I thought I was brain blasting here. Alright. That looks like a 2. 942. No. Santa Corvina 242. I was close. This is the answer machine for the Pesquera Tinning Company. We are currently closed. If you are seeking records, all documents are now publicly available. Please call back later. Alright, Pesquera Tinning Company. Nice, nice. Let's get a factory letter. Memorandum to all factory personnel from management. For this. Effective immediately, all employees are reminded that tattoos and long hair are strictly prohibited on the factory floor. These standards are non-negotiable and are to be observed at all times during working hours. In addition, any smoking anywhere on company property is expressly forbidden. Any violation of this policy will result in a disciplinary action, including deductions from wages at the discretion of management. The director has made it clear that such behaviors are entirely unacceptable and will not be tolerated under any circumstances, as they reflect poorly on the standards of our organization. He emphasizes these are values he upholds himself as a good standard to all. Lastly, all factory personnel are required to be present at the stadium this Friday to support the owner's team in their match against local rivals. Participation in cheering for Chiquita is mandatory. Chiquita is obviously a someone on the team, maybe? Alright. So those are guards. So no long hair. No tattoos. So not these two. Not him. So it's probably this guy, right? Is this the same guy? I can't tell. I literally can't tell if it's supposed to be the same guy. Similar clothes. But it's hard to tell because one's wearing glasses and the other isn't. Alright. But he does have the socks, and he does have the, Alright. So I'm guessing that we've got our Viking and our Cobra. We don't know their names yet, though. Santa Corvina. Participation in sharing fortificates is mandatory. Owner's team. Did this get added? I don't think it did. Andreas Oberg, a noted surgeon. How is this important? Did we get anything out of this? I forgot the name Oberg, but so far it doesn't seem related to like anything so far. Oh, Casper. Casper who though? Maybe it's Casper Oberg? I don't know, we don't know anything about the Cobra. I don't know what's going on here. He's probably like, stop smoking, what are you doing? There's... I don't know what else to look for right now. We haven't seen any other mention of businesses, have we? The Norwegian's Vineyard. Wine shop nestled in the Valle de Moye. Took it over from my mother and father 4 years ago. Government corruption. You were arrested. Yeah, we know about the van. We know about the tinning factory. Well, they did. Alright. So I said, I'll call again if I need you. So what if we call him again? What's it called again? Quesos. No, nothing new. In the end, the man at the desk whispered a few words, and I was thrown back into a van and deposited in the same corner they picked me up. Who is Chiquita? Why does this keep coming up? Like, that name has come up like twice now. Stadium this Friday. We don't know, like, we also know that we don't care about their current name. We don't have a photo of the grocery store, do we? I don't think we do. Alright, I'm almost certain we're still missing information. I'm gonna just double check the hints, because it'll show us, yeah, there's 3 more things we haven't found. Alright. Just remove the temptation of actually clicking them. There's stuff we haven't found yet. How do we find them? They only had the one thing. Why? Really? I can't call this. Get more information. Chiquita, what are you, Chiquita? give Chiquita a raise, they also said. Or give Chiquita his bonus. You mean to betray the Cobra. You know his name. In the end, the man at the desk was to review orders, and I was thrown back into the vein and deposited in the same corner they'd picked me up. You are exceedingly unhelpful, Davide. I was put in a chair. Two guards asked me questions, first calling me, then applying blows. I don't know what I'm, like, I feel like I have to figure out who this guy is, but I have nothing but B and U. B and U. Alright, let's see if we've got like an article or something. It has a name. Oh, Campbell's a fraudster. I don't think we have information about any articles, really, though. So it doesn't look like this person is someone I ought to recognize. Famous travel writer. EU. Why did did he send me a photo of him though? That's so weird. I mean, I guess it's just to have these two in the background, right? Like this guy, maybe this guy just isn't important at all? This is the least surreptitious photo ever. Where are you taking these photos from? Just around the corner? This is, at least this one's trying to be hidden. Is there a number for that? Seems like probably no. Where am I going? Currently closed. If you're seeking records, all documents are now publicly available. Please call back later. Where is the missing information? Like, or where? What do I need to search? I'm so... Ongoing cultural exchange supported by Norwegian Ministry of Culture, the municipality of Santiago. Commemorate 30th anniversary of the Tromsø Bridge Massacre, in which 250, yeah. Skjult. Okay. Chapter on Skjult. Chapter 16, Skjult. Once dismissed as a novelty, particularly by the serialists of the Darmstadt school, Skjult has gained quiet admiration in recent years, especially among South American composers. A form of musical cryptography. Oh, hello. Alright, I gotta turn on the lights, hold on. Skjult assigns notes to letters, allowing composers to embed hidden messages within melodic motifs. The challenge lies in crafting phrases that are both musically engaging and textually meaningful. To increase legibility, letters are mapped by frequency of use in the alphabet. The technique is believed to have originated with Norwegian resistance groups in the early 1940s, who used concert programs to pass covert messages, sometimes detailing the ammunition drops or attack plans without alerting or occupying German forces. Today, South American composers have adapted the method as a tool of subtle resistance under authoritarian regimes. So how do we do this? So it's ETA, okay. Well, that doesn't exactly help because we don't have any of these songs anywhere, but maybe we can find sheet music somewhere. Alright. Oh, you have to know how to read music. Well, I guess you don't. Alright, so... I guess it's... E-I-E-I-O? E-I-O... or E-I-N. Ein. Ina. I don't want to pull out it. Why is there no note? Oops. Uh-oh. Why is there no note-taking thing in this game? Alright, I'm just gonna type it in Twitch chat. Alright, so it's E-I-N A R S T. Wait, am I doing this right? O. For When You Broke My Heart, 1966. Wait. Alright. That's another R. M. E. R again. Einar Stormer. Where am I at? T. Okay. I think each bar should be its own word, maybe? So Einar Stormer. Tro. Trauma. Troms. That doesn't seem right. Tromo. Tromso. How. Toro. Tra. Trey, I guess. Traitor. Einar Stormer. Einar Stormer, Tromso Traitor. Einar Stormer. Is that right? Einar. I think it's Einar. Yeah. Einar Stormer. Well, let's try that, I guess. Alright, but how does... Okay. Is there anything else in here? Ice harp? The ice harp? Songs from the fjord? 3 still winters. Alright, so it was only that one that was important. So I guess he was the traitor. What else do we have though? Take the van to the factory and remind me to give Chiquita's bonus. Who is Chiquita? Why does the name come up twice? Alright, I think we have one more left, right? Assuming... Yeah, there's one more left. Alright, where can we get more hints? more clue. Hmm. Alright, so she wrote that in 1966, but we don't really have access to other things she wrote, right? Also, who's Casper? Casper is not the name of her husband that was listed in this article. Article about Norwegian culture. What are we meant to glean from this? Be you. Man, my dude literally doesn't even write his full name. Why do people do that? Just write your name. God. Porto. Okay, that. Somehow that name has that place has not come up at all. Wait. Yeah, Valle de Molle. Piedroloma is the other team location. This has not come up at all as far as I know. And Santa Corvina is this where this is located. Piedroloma. Piedroloma. What do I do? What am I missing? What is the clue that I need to find an extra article? This thing is very confused. You have no clues to offer. Most renowned vineyards in all of Chile. Maybe something under Chile? No. Under vineyards? Under wine? Wichita Cleaners, Windsor Tailors. I've got no information on the Viking either, by the way. Just like nothing so far. Absolutely nothing. Nada. Maybe Einar Stormer is actually the Viking. He's actually Chiquita, maybe. You know, the person who keeps giving more information to people. Maybe this is Einar Stormer. Let's put Einar Stormer for both of them. Maybe they're both Einar Stormer. I guess they're both in the same location, right? They're both Einar Stormer. Anyway. What do we do here? Valle Plano. Banana. Ooh, banana. Why did it pop up for both of this? Why did this pop up? I have to call another number? Is there another number I have to find somewhere? I'm not seeing any hints for another number, so I don't know about that. I'm guessing it's just like the article this guy wrote. Most likely. But like, I don't know how I'd go about getting that information. Killed it, cooked it, got the name for the article. Got it. Alright. Alright, I was led through the vineyards of the Perdido region, Chile by a most unusual guide. He was a heavyset man with an eye patch and an air of both deep melancholy and occasional eruptive anger. He could have been a Viking Norseman dressed in an ill-fitting summer suit. He ran his vineyard with near military precision. He paused our tour to conduct a brief, purposeful conversation with a serious-looking man who was tailed by his melancholic son. I asked him about what it was about. He told me with a glint in his eye, I believe that my friend Patrice is sending a guest my way this evening, a certain Jorge. I meant to show him Chilean hospitality. I believe my friend Patrice is sending... Okay. Okay. A guest my way this evening, a certain Jorge. He was in truth very sad. He had been to the funeral of a dear friend earlier that day. David was a brilliant artist. We go back years, fell in love with a girl once. A champion skier who Buried a terrible man. Never got over it. It was a beautiful service. Tiny church with its back to the mountains. Wonderful. He spoke fondly of his dear sister, a composer, who no longer speaks to him. She lost her husband, a doctor, in the war and blames me. Okay. When asked why, he turned his great sad eyes to bear down on me. You remember my friend, the one I mentioned? We were schoolboys together, like brothers. One day he told me he found a way to make some money, a simple task. He convinced me to help him. I didn't know it would lead to... He slammed a fist down on the table, startling me. But after a moment, he only shook his hand and took a gulp of wine. My sister always disapproved of my association with him and his NUF buddies. But I made sure she never knew any of the details of the work I did for him, not until 5 years ago. She visited the vineyard, and I had a few too many glasses. I told her everything going back to the beginning. She hasn't spoken to me since. That's when she wrote the article. He let out a deep, heavy sigh, slumping back in his seat. After she went home, she conducted a piece of music dedicated to me. I guess I should be happy, satisfied with that. Alright. So your name is Casper. Hansen. And you're actually in Valle de Moye. I think this is good. Okay, there's errors still. What have I got wrong? My friend Patrice is sending a guest my way this evening. So wait, so is he the Cobra? No, he's the Viking, right? He's got to be the Viking because he's the Norwegian guy. And it says that we're only one off, so what are we missing? What do I just have the location wrong? Maybe? Why did it not... Why did just typing the C break it? Alright, if I change this to something else, what happens? Toronto. It should say that there are three or more errors now, right? Or more than two errors. What? There's 2 or fewer errors, right? We're narrowing it down. Okay. So we did have the correct names here. So it's just the locations that are wrong. They're both wrong somehow. Or at least one of them is wrong. So if I just change this to I don't know. Einer Stormer. And if I change this to Einer, it should say 2 or fewer. Okay. Which means that Corvina, at least one Corvina is correct. And this should, okay, if I do this, Stormer. Yeah, alright. What was your name again? Casper. Alright, so it's just this location that's wrong. I don't know. We only have like 4 locations that matter, so let's just try them all, I guess. Pedroloma. Porto. Aleco. Is this that's the only name that hasn't popped up yet. I mean, it's not Via de Moye. Maybe it's Via Plano. What am I missing? Is there a name here that's... Barnardo Publishing. I guess Perdito? Alright, this should be it. Alright. Alright, I found the Cobra and the Viking. Both are native Norwegians who in their youth were involved in perpetrating the Tromsø Bridge Massacre. The Viking is Casper Hansen, the brother of Celia Hansen Oberg, the renowned composer. He lives on his vineyard in Perdido, Chile. He sold out the resistance to the Nazis through his childhood friend. That childhood friend was Einer Stormer, who later became the Cobra. This was known to Celia Hansen Oberg, who put his name into a cryptic piece of music. The Cobra lives in Santa Corvina, where he runs a fresh tinning factory and owns the local soccer team. Football team, you mean? Alright, we did it. How many? I don't know how many chapters this game has. I don't know how much longer we have. Chapter 5. The case of the sunburnt Nazi. Do we have to check his case? Alright. There's 3 of them. The hyena, Metra, and Coachella. Coachella? Alright. Mr. Perlman, we are looking for the Paraguayan chief of police known as the Hyena. A famed sniper during the war, he made his name as an expert in disguise and deception. He has recently been implicated in a corruption scandal at the heart of the government that invoked the ire of the president and set the Hyena in a forced hiding. We traced him to the seaside town of Puerto del Alba. However, something has happened and we believe he may have been killed. We intercepted a telegram reading Hyena dead. Gusilla and Metra also. Unknown shooter. Please find what all this means. Is this even related? Fascinating. Hotel Azul. And he's got that symbol in there. There's 2 bodies here. There's no flip side. Alright, first thing, check his Hotel Azul. In these 2. We got Hotel Azul number as well. Hello, Hotel Azul, one of the most affordable hotels in Puerto del Alba. Boris speaking. Hello, I'm an investigator inquiring about an incident that happened opposite your hotel. Of course, an unimaginable scene of horror. Mind if I ask you a few questions? Of course, how can I help? What happened exactly? There was a shooting outside the hotel. One of our guests was murdered. Which guest? I believe it was one Paul Gerhardt, although there's not a lot left to judge by. Quite gory. Who was he? He checked in the day before the incident. I'm sure he was high up in the security services, because the hotel is still crawling with Paraguayan secret agents. Perhaps he was the chief of police? Perhaps him or his brother? His brother? Yes, his brother checked in on the day of the incident, a Mr. Ernst Gerhardt. Any indication as to their reason for visiting? Not sure. Perhaps catching the ferry to see the beaches at Playa Bruma or Bahia Escondida. But you know, you don't need bodyguards for that. Do you think the names are real? I doubt it. Most people here check in under assumed names for all sorts of reasons. If he was in the security services, I don't imagine he holidays much under his real name. One last thing, when he arrived, Mr. Paul gave me a letter to send. However, I still have it. Would you like to see it? Yes, please. Who were your guests at the time? Apart from the brothers, no one exceptional. How would you describe them? Both tall men with sandy blonde hair, gaunt, with piercing eyes. More than similar. If I hadn't checked them in separately, I would say they were the same man. Anything unusual that they said or did? Only one thing. When I mentioned to Ernst that his brother was already here, he looked a touch confused, and I heard him mutter, "The plot thickens." The heck? So, on the day of the incident, what happened at your hotel? That morning around 11 a.m., 2 large bodyguards came to the front desk asking for Mr. Paul. So they're talking about Jake Paul and Logan Paul, right? They said that they were his protection. I sent them to his room. Did you see them exit? I was called away. But I understand they left and went to the fun fair. Thanks. Tell me about your hotel. I would love to say we are a state-of-the-art facility, but unfortunately I fear the hotel has seen better days. I can access your floor plan. In the municipal records. The guest books, too. How about the guest rooms? Anything notable? Well, they both left quite a few things. We actually have pictures of both brothers' rooms taken as evidence. Ernst owes us money, since he seems to have disappeared. Sadly, we cannot take payment in toy bears. Could you send over the photos, please? I will do that. Thanks, that's all I need. Alright. We've got a lot of evidence. So what were their names again? Paul Gerhardt and Ernst Gerhardt. They both look alike. Dear R, writing you from Puerto del Alba, you found a great man through PS. They put me up in a terrible hotel. Room doesn't even have the sunrise. I'm free for the moment to walk around, but they're sending me some bodyguards. There's sending me bodyguards to protect me. I can't risk sticking around for more revelations to come out. I have to make a move. After this, I will spend some time at the next port until things have cooled down. In a month, I intend to return to Dr. Schmidt to complete my orinectomy. Though I have heard nothing from him recently. We're gonna meet there. Expect word. Woof woof. Best NS. That's a familiar name. Nico. Nico Schroeder. You found a great man through RS. Okay, so Nico Schroeder is one of them. I'll just put the name here for now, so I don't have to remember it. Alright, so 2 photos that we gotta look at. Props. 302. 301's thing is tilted. There's nothing in here. Why do we have this photo? Screwdriver, Belushi's. Alright, current stock list, El Grito del Jaguar. The llama loop. Alright, so this is... I guess they're rides? Or like, you know, carnival stockists. What's a stockist? Is that a typo, or is that supposed to say stockists? Yeah, it does say stockists. Is a screwdriver. I don't know how that helps us. Belushi's is not here. Doesn't seem like it. There's a face here. Is that a person? I don't know. So who is this other person? This is, I'm assuming this is the murdered dude. Like the one the report was about. Alright, the room numbers 302 and 301. Are these photos, yeah, they're given labels. So this is 302 and this other one is 301. So 302 was Paul Gerhardt. 301 was Ernst Gerhardt. Why was this loosened? Why is that loose? He has a screwdriver. Perhaps they use that for something? The clocks that are around the same time. This photo was taken first, then this photo. Default system. Could that mean anything? If it is, it's not listed anywhere. What does this S mean? S251, S32, S31, S33. Who's the security system installer here? Juan Luis. Alright, so Paul came in at 12:31. Ernst came in at the next day at 3 a.m. or 9 a.m. So why? What's going on here? Drusilla and Metra also. Also, they spelled it differently. This is Casilla, and this says Cuchilla. Alright, Puerto del Alba. Guess I might as well write Puerto del Alba. I don't know if it's the hyena or someone else, but... Okay, so 444 985 123. Is it important to know that, though? Hands of Glory. Hello, Hands of Glory. Reynaldo here. How can I help? Did you see the man who was killed last week? I did. He stopped at Cans of Glory with his escorts to play and generally be seen. Pleasant man? Quite the opposite. I was chatting with a tourist couple who wanted to know how to get to Las Rocas del Sur and San Ventura. He steamed right past them and demanded to play. How did he do? Honestly, he did terribly. Couldn't hit a thing. It was like he was half blind, nothing like the day before. What happened the day before? He came by the stall on his own, no escort, and nailed every can on the first shot. What did he win? He won a large bear. Do people often get that? I didn't even know it was possible. Still, I guess he got lucky considering his next performance. What happened then? I saw him moving around the market, then toured the seaside exhibits. After that, I heard 3 shots ring out in quick succession, and a lot of screaming. You saw the shooter. I did not. But I think it came from the lighthouse. My brother went up there after, took a photo. I'll send it to you. Many thanks. What about his bodyguards? Ah, I knew their type, all right. Filthy insurrectionist Las Rosas. Why do you say that? I'm Cuban. As I knew straight away what they were all about. So I knew straight away what they were all about. They had half Cuban, half American accents, and special forces tattoos. What does that mean? They were involved with Playa del Toro. Oh. You know, there were a lot of those guys held after their plan fell apart. Afterwards, it was said they went to South America as no one else would have them. Disgusting mercenaries. Thanks, this is useful. By the way, I found something odd. A business card. I'll send it over. Perhaps you can take a look at it. Sure. That's all for now. Woof. Simon Jones. Theater agent. Well, we have a phone number. We have a face. Okay, I see what happened. Alright. He swapped the numbers. He was, like, the assassin showed up first. That was Paul Ernst. So yeah. So here's, okay, well. Cigarette, rifle. Alright, so yeah, if I check this. Zero 02 301. 302 301 suggests that, let's see. I guess it's hard to tell where each room is essentially located, because you don't get like a props. And where did the business card come from? Well, who knows? Let's give this person a call, though. So... Simon Jones, theater agent, give me good news. What does your agency do? We are an esteemed London talent agency for only the top actors, top actors and actresses, famous worldwide on stage and screen. Oh, really? Can you tell me some of your clients? Do you know Jonathan Bailey? He did the Colgate toothpaste advert some time ago. I see. Do you have anyone working in Puerto del Alba? Where the devil is that? It's in Paraguay? No, I don't think so. Oh, so you know. Oh, you know, perhaps that's where Cyril is. Cyril? Yes, he was quite big in the tropics a few years ago for a hernia cream advert. You know, Rectalus? I don't. Quite striking. He was playing a cowboy riding side saddle they had that song by Johnny Cash. Ring of Fire? That's the one, so you did see it. Call it a hunch. Also, you wouldn't know. I got a place from a Paraguayan film company, Pantala Sur. Wanted him out there straight away. What for? Do you know it was an experimental film? They said they had hidden cameras all around town, very Ultzman, and they wanted him to walk around looking imperious like a sheriff or something. What else? Sent us a first-class plane ticket and a costume. Booked him a hotel room under an assumed name, very cloak and dagger. Any idea why they wanted Cyril? The man said that Cyril's character was based on a real-life inspiration and only he would do. Thanks. That's all I need. Alright. Script for the experimental film, working title Tooth and Claw. In this improvised role, you'll portray the chief of police, authoritative, composed, and mildly theatrical. You will be escorted through town by 2 silent bodyguards maintaining an air of controlled command. Along the way, you'll pause at key locations, firing around at the fun fair shooting gallery and posing for a photo at the seaside attraction, all while projecting confidence and subtle menace. Cameras are hidden. We are aiming for a naturalistic Altman/Verite style. Assume you are always potentially being filmed, though you will not know when or where. Your goal is to inhabit the role fully, treating everyone around you as background extras in your scene, no matter how they react. Maintain a dry wit, a steady gaze, and a sense of detachment. Think small-town autocrat with cinematic flair. Suggested phrases to use sparingly and naturally. Have him arrested later. This town needs order. I never liked that ride. Make a note of him. I don't recall authorizing that. Alright. So, poor guy was an actor who got patsied. For the real guy, so that's not him. We got him, boys. Gave me a letter to send. So this is Nikos. Simon Jones. P.S. Hotel doesn't even have a sunrise. Yeah, this is north. So it doesn't even have sunrise. So 301 should have a sunrise. Which means that he is in 302, even though... Well, it says 302. Hmm. Maybe he didn't swap the numbers? No, he definitely swapped the number. The numbers are definitely swapped. They're swapped for a reason. But this suggests that the sunrise that would have the sunrise if he is in the wrong 302. What's going on here? Oh, maybe he swapped the contents after. Like maybe he swapped them after the death. And he was in a rush. Alright. Around 11 a.m., two large bodyguards came to the front desk, asked for Mr. Paul. They said they were in his protection. I sent them to his room. You see them exit. I was called away, but I understand they left and went to the fun fair. Ernst owes his money since he seems to have disappeared. We cannot take payment in toy bears. Yes, okay. So he did swap the numbers. He swapped the numbers. He swapped the numbers after, so Ernst did go to the correct room, but the numbers got Paul switched the numbers afterwards. Okay, but why? Alright, so your name is actually not Nico Schroeder. Nico Schroeder is, Wait, who gave this letter? So they were asking for Paul, but they got Ernst instead. Right, Nikos did send the letter was from Mr. Paul when he arrived. So no, so he is Nico Schroeder. Where did he go? I will spend some time at the next port until things have cooled down. I can't risk sticking around for more revelations to come out. Alright, so he managed to break free by somehow hiring this dude through PS. We don't know Kuchi and Metra's names though, do we? Like, how could we? Why is it not drag? Whatever. Okay. Las Rosas. In this. This. Alright. We got names here. So one of you has that tattoo, whatever that means. Can't tell what's going on down there. It's a world tattoo. And the other one has this. A barbell? I guess they must have done some conversions on their tattoos, right? That seems like the most likely. So barbells used to be the dagger. So Luis Delgado. I think cuchilla means like knife something, right? So you're Luis Delgado. And the other one is the machine gunner, Metra, Ramon Torres. What? Oops. Torres. Ramon. We don't have a photo of Ramon. Oh, I guess it must be this guy. Wait. This guy has both tattoos. Oh no, it's two bodies. Yeah, okay, yeah, there's two people back here. So they're both in Puerto del Alba. This is he is the one that's not in Puerto del Alba. Where is he though? Playa del Toro Strategic Battle Operations Guide. Landing begins at 5 a.m. or 5:30 a.m. Knife and pistol teams will silently eliminate beach guards. Snipers take cover and set positions. Machine gunners reinforce the sandbags. Spanish translation. What? Snipers. Metras is machine gunners. Equipos con cuchillos y pistolas. Alright. That's just your guide to figure out Metra and Cuchilla. Alright, so how do we find out where he went? I mean, I guess he must have just taken... He might have just taken this guy's identity, right? Running you from Puerto del Alba. I mean, it says Puerto del Alba. Two or fewer. Alright, so we've got at least one error. If I mark this wrong, let's say Toronto, it should say 2 still, right? Yes, okay, so the only thing we've got wrong is this. Probably. I mean, let's also put Toronto here. Maybe there's something else wrong. Yeah, okay. So where did he go? What a large bear. Why did he take the bear? Why did he actually take the bear? Uh... The green room. Guess we'll search for Rictalis. What was that? Oh, I can do this? Is Cans of Glory actually? I guess it's just like a shooting game. Playa Bruma or Bahio Escondidas? I guess I'm gonna try both. Yeah, we did it. Alright. I've identified the hyena as well as Cuchilla and Metra. Cuchilla is Luis Delgado and Metra is Ramon Torres. They're both members of the Lazarosa decried mercenaries and were working as enforcers for the, I assume, Paraguayan government. They're both dead in Port Alba. The other man dead there is Cyril Lampley. Cyril, whatever. An actor. He was hired by Pantalicer. Oh, that's one thing I didn't look up. Pantalicer Productions, apparently for an experimental film. For this experimental film. In reality, he was hired as he was a dead ringer for the hyena. The hyena arrived at his hotel a day before Lampley, who was staying opposite. On the day of the murder, he swapped room numbers so that Cuchilla and Mitra picked up the wrong man. They then circulated around town with Lampley playing his role until they were all executed by the hyena. The hyena then fled to Playa Bruma. He can be identified through his choice of dentist. One Alex Schmidt and goes by Nico Schroeder. Did we even find all, like, did we find all the hints? We were missing one. I think I know what it is though. Maybe. Yeah, here it is. This is the answering machine for the Petalis film productions. The current office is currently closed for renovations. If you wish to discuss film productions or speak to our director, Raul Sanchez, please call back another time. How useful. And that's how we got RS there. In this letter. Or PS here. Is that all? Did we find all the hints? No, there's still one more. There's still more. Excuse. Dr. Raul Sanchez, or Director Raul Sanchez. I just want to find where the last clue is. Like how well, I mean, I guess I'm okay. We already solved this. I feel like it could just I'm just gonna hit the hint button to see where this last clue is. It might be important to know where it is. So I'm gonna click it. I'm curious. How about some of the tourist destinations? Oh, I guess I just didn't search for those. I guess that's fine. That's fair. I guess I assume if I search for it like Playa. Yeah, okay, ferry timetables. Alright, this is the last clue. No ferries on Mondays. So Puerto del Alba ferry. Why does it say? Alright, so what day was this? Do we know the date? Guest book 4/7. And then I mean, do I have to like look up the year or like look up the dates stuff happened? I don't know. I don't know how you're supposed to figure it out. The men showed up probably on the same day. Playa Bruma. When did he show up? And toward the seaside exhibits. After that, I heard 3 shots ring out. So he was killed last week. Yeah, no one ever says any days of the week, I don't think. Maybe someone says it over here in one of these clues. I don't know. I don't know how you're supposed to find out when that happened. Or like what day it was. Like at that point it's just like you could just brute force to guess it. Alright, well, that's this case. The silent partner. All right. So let's look up how much longer this game, or how many chapters. How many chapters is the Ratline? the Ratline game. There's a hint guide here, but... Alright, there are 9 chapters, so we're about halfway done. So I think we'll save this for... I don't know. Tuesday, probably. We'll save this up for Tuesday. Saturday, I think I'll probably be trying out Night Rain for the first time. Man, I'm having fun with this game. I'm glad we don't have to rely on hints too much. So that's great. I'm really annoyed that stream kind of got cut out, or like the original stream page got cut out, but it's fine. It's fine. No actual stream was cut out, so whatever. Anyway, we're gonna try Night Rain on Thursday, and we'll continue this on Tuesday. We're having, like, yeah, I'm really enjoying this. There's a lot of fun deduction stuff that's happening. I feel like I'm actually having to use my brain, for more than just filling in the blanks, you know? I imagine it'll get a lot harder, though. Anyway, that is going to be it for me. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I really appreciate you being here. For those of you on YouTube, this is the end of stream. Thank you all for, you know, jumping over to the second version of the stream. I'll have to just, like, hide the original one. Nothing happened there. Nothing happened there. It was just the original intro with less cursing. Anyway, yeah, for those of you on YouTube, that's the end of stream. The rest of us on Twitch are gonna go find somebody to raid. Thank you again for raiding. I think it was a Static Signal, VT, and also General Ars. Y'all are much appreciated. And yeah, hope to see you in the next one. Right. That's it for me. Bye, YouTube. Later!